Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, the most beneficent, the most merciful, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Announcements by the Speaker.
I've received communication from the Honorable Saddam Hussein, Minister and MP, Member for Barataria San Juan, and Mr. Stuart Young, Senior Counsel, Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, who have both requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is hereby granted.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 1, the Counter-Proliferation Financing Regulations 2025. 2, the Economic Sanctions Implementation of the United Nations Resolutions on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea Amendment Order 2025. 3, the second report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Point Fortin Borough Corporation for the year September 30th, 2027. The year ended September 30th, 2027. 4, the annual report of the audited financial statements of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2024. Number 17, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Institute of Marine Affairs for the year ended September 30th, 2025. The report of the Auditor General for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the San Fernando City Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that papers 3, 4, 17, and 18 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
The question is that papers 3, 4, 17, and 18 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, any against? The ayes have it. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Number 5, the annual report of the Police Service Commission for the year 2024. Number 16, Special Report Number 2 of 2025 of the Office of the Ombudsman of Trinidad and Tobago, Case 202-00198, Administrative Injustice by the National Maintenance, Training and Security Company Limited, quote, delay in payment of retirement benefits, unquote.
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay number 6, the annual report of the Teaching Service Commission for the year 2024.
Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers in my name. The administration report for the Ministry of National Security for the year 2018, 2019, 2019 to 2020, 2020 to 2021, 2021 to 2022, and 2022 to 2023. And 2, Mr. Speaker, the annual report on the trafficking in persons in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the year 2023 and 2024.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism, and Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development. 7. The Administrative Report of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the period October 1, 2023 to September 30, 2024. 8. The Administrative Report of the National Training Agency for the fiscal year 2022 to 23. 9. The Administrative Report of National Flour Mills Limited for the year ended December 31, 2024. Item 15, the Annual Report of the Environmental Management Authority for the year 2024. Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from committees, Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
Member for Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Culture and Community Development, given the potential impact on the carnival, entertainment and tourism industry caused by the ban of carnival events at public facilities, can the Minister state what alternative arrangements are being made for these events to be hosted?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago is committed to serving all stakeholders in the carnival industry. The Ministry of Culture and Community Development and the National Carnival Commission have identified suitable event spaces in the Queen's Park Savannah. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we are in consultation with other stakeholders. The Ministry has identified suitable spaces, and our door remains open to each and everyone in the industry that wishes to meet with us as we chart the way forward to the biggest, the brightest, the better, the bigger, the bumper carnival Trinidad and Tobago has ever seen.
Diego Martin West.
Given that the Minister has announced what has been announced without consultation from these same stakeholders, can the Minister assure this House that the suggestions, logistical concerns, and proposed alternative sites put forth by the Trinidad and Tobago Promoter Association and other stakeholders affected, that these recommendations will be fully and formally integrated into the Ministry's final alternative venue strategy and not merely noted?
All right, you've now offended the time.
Sorry,
But
Mr.
quite
Speaker.
apart from offending the time, the standing order does not provide you to seek an assurance. The standing order provides you to ask a supplementary question. There's no supplementary question. It seeks an assurance, so not allowed. Second question, if you have a second one. Davendranath West.
Deeply grateful, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Minister, could the Honourable Minister indicate, based on her response, what are the, other than the Queen's Park Savannah, what are the other proposed venues for the events to be held, please?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that question was asked and answered. We did. Yeah.
Can we allow the Minister to answer the question?
Mr. Speaker, I did state that my ministry, along with the National Carnivals Commission, we have made several spaces available in the Queen's Park Savannah. Mr. Speaker, I also said additionally, we are waiting different stakeholders to suggest, and also I am in consultation with other ministries, and it is public knowledge that we have made venues available in the Chagaramas area.
Diego Martin West, you do understand that there are only two supplemental questions under this standing order, and the two have been asked. So I'm going to call on the member for Arima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. To the Honorable Minister of Housing, based on reports, can the Minister confirm how many Housing Development Corporation workers and contractors are to be terminated or not have their contracts renewed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Speaker. In response to the question, from what I hear, Member Farima, HEC has a workforce of 765 employees. 48 employees whose contracts ended were not given new contracts. I just want to say that those individuals would have gotten a 20% gratuity. As far as the monthly maintenance contractors, I don't have an exact figure, Member, but I just want to say that contracts for monthly maintenance in excess of $10 million. Some of those contracts are being reviewed and renewed because the HEC board has an issue with how the maintenance contracts were structured. There were no proper procurement over the last few years, and there are a lot of issues and irregularities that needs to be investigated and audited. So I don't have an exact figure for that number at this point in time.
Davendranath West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Minister, could the Honourable Minister indicate whether, in terms of the maintenance contractors, whether any of those contractors were MTS, the MTS Company Limited?
Mr. Speaker, just clarify what you. I didn't get the last part, please.
If I may again, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking in terms of the maintenance contracts within for whether it maintaining HEC buildings and so on, whether it included the MTS.
Remember, the contract that we have with MTS, from what I understand, is a security contract, not a maintenance contract with MTS. So that question does not arise.
Member for Arouca Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Homeland Security. In light of reports of recent robberies of maxi taxis along the priority bus route, can the Minister state what is being done to protect commuters from this type of crime on the nation's roads?
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honourable Member for Lopino Arouca, or Arouca Lopino. Same thing. With respect to the question, yesterday we had a meeting with the Route 2 Maxi Taxi in the area. We communicated with them and had a conversation as to how to go forward in terms of what is happening at the priority bus route. Now, I heard the member speak about robberies. I think that is more than one. All we have for the past, from its members, is 10 robberies last year, and this one this year. However, Mr. Speaker, the transit police, who has the responsibility to oversee the protection of the priority bus route, may I say, on my arrival at the ministry, they were left to deteriorate for the past 9 years. Mr. Speaker, at this time, the force is the unit is operating with almost a skeleton staff. Mr. Speaker, the unit is short by 60 men. 60 men, when the sanctioned strength is over 120. So now, Mr. Speaker, we have installed also a superintendent directors, and we have begun the reconstruction of the transit police. I don't want to put on the table in this good parliament the strategies that we intend to use.
Minister, the standing orders provide a 2-minute time response. I think you've crossed that. Member for Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my follow-up question to the Minister, based on his response, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister inform the public what is being done at this point in time to alleviate the concerns of the members of the public based on the reports that we have seen in the media?
Asked. Not allowed. That's the same question you asked. It's merely a repetition of your original question. Come on, next question. Member for Rima.
Thank you kindly. Mr. Speaker, can I inquire from the Honourable Minister whether there is any allocation in his new budget for the hiring of additional staff for the unit, now that you have indicated that they are short?
Yeah, it doesn't arise, and secondly, that was a question that was asked and answered, not allowed. Okay, so we move now to the member for Lopino, question 4.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Defense, in light of videos, satellite imagery, photographs, and associated media reports of U.S. warships sightings in the Gulf of Paria and U.S. military aircraft in Trinidad and Tobago's airspace, can the Minister state whether authorization has been granted for such military operations by U.S. military forces within Trinidad and Tobago's territory, land, and sea?
Defense.
Mr. Speaker, until the member can convince me as to how disclosure, either way, is in the public interest, I would have no choice but to rely on the protections afforded by Standing Order 27-1G.
Member for Lopino, I see your hands up. Sorry? A supplemental on the invocation of the public interest immunity contained in section. All right. Okay. Let's have some silence, please. All right. So you've asked the question. The minister has invoked the public interest immunity requirement in 27G. I think we all agreed that the invocation of the public interest immunity exemption is an absolute exemption. So what possible question could you conjure up on the invocation of the public interest immunity exception? A supplementary question on what? I will ask you to raise the question without inviting an answer for now. Raise the question. Let's see how that makes any sense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me a supplementary question to 27-1G. I thank you very much kindly, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the question to the minister is whether or not he intends to perform his duty as a minister in this parliament.
You see, this is a prime example of relying on the assumed responsibility of a member to ask a question rather than to make a speech. As I've said before, where there is an invocation of the public interest immunity, the way it is expressed in these standing orders, not drafted by me, of course, but drafted by the members of this House, it's an absolute prohibition. So, where it is invoked, whether you think it's an abuse or whether whatever views you may have one way or the other, the Parliament is not the place to air those concerns. So you come now, and I blame myself for it, because you've lured me. No, I blame myself for it, because you've lured me. You've lured me into thinking that you had a legitimate question. Only to be told it was a grand deception to make a speech. All right, let's move on. I'm not inviting a discussion from you. I'm not inviting an exchange.
Mr. Speaker, I think that is it.
No, have a seat. Let's not start this sitting on the wrong footing. So let's move on to number 5, member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 5 to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. Given the widespread and damaging floods reported yesterday in Central and South Trinidad, what disaster relief efforts?
To you, but I'm advised by my staff that the 15 minutes set aside for urgent questions has expired. So, yes, I know. No, hold on. Yes, I'm fully aware that I spoke for 5 minutes, but it was in response. No, hold on. I had to speak to 5 minutes because it was in response to a question which the member fully well knew was an impermissible question, but nevertheless sought to close the impermissibility of that question with the fig leaf of a supplemental question. So no. Unless we exercise a measure of restraint and discipline in question time, and the member for Ruka Lopino fully well knows, I'm nailing this squarely on his chest. He fully well knew that was an impermissible supplemental question, because I've taken the time to explain that concept on several occasions. But the member, sticking to his guns, of course, sought to clothe himself in the fig leaf of legitimacy with a veneer of respectability. So we're moving on. Question time is over.
Statements by ministers.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been authorized by the Cabinet to make the following statement. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to clarify for this Honourable House and for the national community the decisive action taken by this government under the astute leadership of the Honourable Kamla Prasad-Bissessa, member for Siparia, to settle a matter that remained unresolved for nearly a decade due to the chronic inaction and neglect of the former PNM administration. Mr. Speaker, the facts are undeniable. COLA payments to workers represented by the Oilfield Workers Trade Union were frozen since December 31st, 2015, during the former PNM government. From that point forward, thousands of TNTech workers were left receiving an outdated COLA amount of $1,720.86, while the cost of living, food prices, utilities, transportation, and every household necessity continued to rise under the former administration. Despite clear provisions under the collective agreement requiring the adjustment of COLA based on the retail price index, The previous administration failed to honor, failed to negotiate, and failed to act for 10 long years. Mr. Speaker, workers waited while the former government allowed negotiations to stagnate and permitted industrial relations at TNTech to deteriorate. Mr. Speaker, it is against this backdrop of PNM neglect that upon assuming office, the Honourable Prime Minister directed myself as Minister of Public Utilities to address the matter urgently and comprehensively. Mr. Speaker, on September 17, 2025, the OWTU wrote to TNTech demanding the settlement of COLA. The issue that existed solely because the previous administration allowed it to accumulate and worsen unchecked. The union's letter could have been written any time during the past decade, but the workers and the union knew that such letters under the PNM would fall on deaf ears because that had been their modus operandi in the treatment of workers in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, this government, by contrast, acted. Under the direction of the Honourable Prime Minister, I, together with the Cabinet, the Minister in the Ministry, the Honourable Clyde Elder, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Member for Kumoto Manzanola, Shivana Sam, initiated and sustained intensive discussions with both the Commission and the Union. Through professional, transparent, and respectful engagement, we were able to do in a few weeks what the PNM failed to do in 10 years. Mr. Speaker, this matter required one main ingredient, and that was political will. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that at approximately 2 a.m. on the morning of November 13, 2025, TNTech and the OWTU signed a memorandum of agreement, a historic and long overdue breakthrough that restores fairness to workers. The agreement provides relief for weekly paid workers, a new COLA of $5.75 per hour, raising the total COLA to $15.64 per hour, effective November 20th, 2025, payable from 4th December 2025. Workers will be getting money for Christmas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, relief for monthly paid workers, a new COLA of $1,000.50, raising the total COLA to $2,721.36, effective December 1st, 2025, payable from December 17, 2025. More workers will be getting money in their pockets for Christmas under this administration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, retroactive payments long denied under the former administration. Retroactive COLA payments totaling $131,125,076.23 to be dispersed in 4 tranches between November 2025 and February 2026. Mr. Speaker, I can say with much pride here today, the first tranche has already been honored and is in the bank accounts of employees of TNTech. Promises made, promises kept, promises delivered. Mr. Speaker, these payments ignored and unaddressed by the PNM are now being honored by this government. I'm happy to report to this House that the first tranche of payments, as I said, was made earlier this week on November 18th. Mr. Speaker, let me make this clear. This government is cleaning up a decade of industrial relations disaster at TNTech. This government restored dialogue, respect, and partnership with Labour. This government is restoring what workers were denied under the former administration, despite the attempts to hoodwink the population into now believing that they are on the side of workers, but nothing is further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, the memorandum of agreement also includes safeguards to ensure financial responsibility, including monthly cash flows review prior to each payment another practice ignored by the previous government, which consistently failed to enforce proper financial oversight of state enterprises. The former administration allowed the estate police officers' COLA matter to languish as well. This government will now treat with the Estate Police Association promptly with the same transparency and urgency we have brought to the OWTU matters. Mr. Speaker, what this government has achieved is not merely a financial settlement. It is restoration of dignity and fairness to approximately 3,000 workers who were sidelined for an entire decade. Mr. Speaker, the mantra of the former administration was 0, 0, 0. We have taken a different approach to restore the dignity of workers in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, today I want to stand and thank the Honourable Prime Minister for her guidance and her leadership on this matter, as she provided to myself, members of the Cabinet and members of my ministry, a very good approach towards industrial relations by engagement and dialogue. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we are committed to the promises that we have made on the election campaign, and this is just another instance of our commitment to workers in this country, signed, sealed, and delivered money in their bank accounts in time for Christmas 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking a question pursuant to Standing Order 24.4. To the Minister, just read the statement, my colleague from Couva South. Having regard to the statement that was just read out in this Parliament, I'm seeking guidance or clarification on when or what date did the OWTU write the previous government or the line ministry highlighting these issues that you have just raised.
Mr. Speaker, it is shameless for the member for Aruka Lopino to raise this issue, knowing for 10 years in the public space, not one day did the minister pick up the phone and call any of the unions in for dialogue. And therefore, the member should be ashamed to ask these questions. You had 10 years to engage the OWTU on these matters. It has languished in the public space, and not one day did you lift a finger to help those workers at TNTech. So, Mr. Speaker, I would refer my colleague to the public record. If he had gone to the ministry a lot more during his tenure, he would have been able to read the correspondence and respond to emails and phone calls from the OWT. That did not happen. A UNC government had to come in 10 years later to deliver. We have delivered to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to TNTech workers.
Of bills, the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025 in the name of the Attorney General. Public business. Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the matter for the consideration of this Honourable House is the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025. This bill seeks to regulate the conduct of business concerning virtual assets and virtual asset providers to enhance Trinidad and Tobago's national anti-money laundering framework. A list of amendments will be circulated. It's been prepared now by the clerk to based on input from various stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, this bill is part of a package of new legislation being introduced ahead of the Trinidad and Tobago's assessment by the Caribbean Action Task Force, CFATF, in March next year. Excuse me. I would like to emphasize that the passage of this bill is part of a comprehensive initiative to keep Trinidad and Tobago off the CFATF's grey list. A country with a low technical compliance rating may be placed on the International Cooperation Review Group list and given a year to work with CFATF to address deficiencies before possible public identification as being non-compliant. Mr. Speaker, such public identification could place Trinidad and Tobago at the risk of, firstly, disruption of correspondent banking relationships, secondly, de-risking by foreign financial institutions, restrictive measures by multilateral institutions and development partners, reputational damage that undermines foreign direct investment, capital flows, and trade facilitation, and increased vulnerabilities to financial crimes, corruption, and terrorist or proliferation financing. Since taking office, this government has introduced and passed the Counter-Proliferation Financing Act, introduced and passed the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2025, procured the proclamation of the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2025, procured the proclamation of certain sections of the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2024. Similarly, for the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2020, prepared and made Counter-Proliferation Financing 2025 regulations, and procured the preparation and making of the economic sanctions implementation of the United Nations resolution on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea Amendment Order 2025. And we are not yet done, Mr. Speaker. We understand that the regulations are now ready for further provisions of the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2020 and Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2024 to be proclaimed, and this, I'm advised, will shortly be done. Mr. Speaker, this bill is meant to address the revised Recommendation 15 in relation to the emergence of new technologies, which states, and I quote, "To manage and mitigate the risks emerging from virtual assets, countries should ensure that virtual asset service providers are regulated for AML/CFT purposes and licensed or registered and subject to effective systems for monitoring and ensuring compliance with the relevant measures called for in the FATF recommendations." End quote. Further, the Financial Action Task Force has issued no less than 5 reports in this area. These critical reports would have been considered in the drafting of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the Financial Action Task Force defines virtual assets as, and I quote, "any digital representation of value that can be digitally traded, transferred, or used for payment. It does not include digital representation of fiat currencies." End quote. In simple terms, Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about crypto assets and similar instruments that can be bought, sold, or used like money, but which have not been issued by any central bank. Globally, the virtual asset industry has grown into a major component of the international financial system, with an estimated market value of approximately $3 trillion based on leading industry trackers. This figure reflects the combined value of thousands of digital tokens traded across hundreds of platforms worldwide. This is equal to the GDP of some of the world's largest economies, Mr. Speaker. The scale and speed of this market show that virtual assets are no longer fringe or experimental instruments. In fact, they are a significant, rapidly rising, rapidly increasing, rapidly expanding financial ecosystem with meaningful implications for financial stability, cross-border transactions, consumer protection, and the global fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. For Trinidad and Tobago, then, the size of this global market means that our jurisdiction is already exposed to the risks and potential harms that arise where such activity exists without proper oversight. Mr. Speaker, The government is acutely aware of the increasing misuse of virtual assets for criminal purposes, both globally and within our own region. Dare I say, Mr. Speaker, that the former government would also have been likewise informed. Virtual assets present clear vulnerabilities that can be exploited to facilitate tax evasion, conceal illicit wealth, move funds across borders without detection, and finance organized crime. These risks are well documented by the FATF, which has consistently warned that unregulated virtual asset activity enables criminals to operate outside the reach of traditional financial oversight. As a government, we are committed to strengthening national security and protecting the integrity of our financial system. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow gaps that permit money launderers, fraudsters, cyber criminals, or terrorist financiers to exploit Trinidad and Tobago. The Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Services Bill 2025 is therefore an essential component of our broader strategy to prevent crime, especially financial crime, at every level, and to safeguard our reputation as a responsible jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, criminals are becoming increasingly sophisticated in the methods they use to move and conceal illicit funds. Every day, new so-called investment opportunities appear online, many promising unusually high returns and deliberately targeting individuals who may not be financially illiterate or equipped to identify these schemes. This problem is compounded by the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, which allows bad actors to generate highly convincing fake images, voice recordings, and videos within seconds. These tools make it significantly easier to impersonate public officials, fabricate endorsements, and deceive members of the public. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office, I myself have been the subject of numerous scams on Facebook and other social media platforms where my image and likeness has been used without my knowledge or permission. These scams have promised returns on investments purportedly backed by me, the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I want to state again categorically that these promises are fake, false, malicious, misleading, and have been reported to the Trinidad and Tobago Police and the Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange Commission by myself. There's also an account on X, formerly known as Twitter, that does not belong to me, yet it bears my name, photograph, and is replicating comment posted on my official accounts, all designed to trick the public into believing that the account is genuine. Mr. Speaker, following my reports, I have been interviewed by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in relation to these scams, and I'm fully cooperating with them and their investigation into these matters. Therefore, I am hopeful that very soon the malicious actors behind these scams will be uncovered. Mr. Speaker, turning back to the FATF 40 revised recommendations, the guidance continues, and I quote, "Without proper regulation, virtual assets also risk becoming a safe haven for the financial transactions of criminals and terrorists. In recent years, some countries have started to regulate the sector, while others have prohibited virtual assets altogether. However, the majority of countries are yet to implement effective regulations. These gaps in the global regulatory system have created significant loopholes that can be exploited by criminals, terrorists, and rogue regimes." End quote. Mr. Speaker, it is worthy of repetition that this information, this caution, this warning, and this need for action was highlighted to the previous government, which did nothing to resolve this issue. Again, it falls to this government to correct this anomaly. Mr. Speaker, a virtual asset position statement was published when this bill was first introduced on September 12, 2025, and following its release, I directed the Ministry of Finance to engage the regulators and the Attorney General's office in discussions with the Virtual Asset Working Group and other stakeholders. One key issue that emerged was that the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission had issued a questionnaire to the sector but had received no responses, Mr. Speaker. During our consultations, the working group acknowledged that this lack of input deprived the regulator of valuable information that could have better informed the policy decisions made at the time of the bill, when the bill was first introduced in this House. As such, in relation to the points raised in the position statements, which have now all been resolved in light of the list of amendments, it's important to highlight, Mr. Speaker, that several stakeholders question why the bill introduces a temporary prohibition rather than an immediate licensing framework. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, while FATF Recommendation 15 does not require prohibition, the approach is necessary at this time because the former government did not take a step forward. We are now required to allow the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission sufficient time to establish a robust licensing and supervisory regime. Given the extremely tight deadlines ahead of our mutual evaluation and adopting a prohibition tempered by the introduction of a regulatory sandbox through the circulated amendments, this places the country in the strongest position to meet both technical compliance and effectiveness standards in the shortest possible time. Mr. Speaker, during our deliberations, concerns were expressed that the definition itself may be too narrow or too broad. However, the requirement was that the definition must intentionally be wide enough to capture the wide range and the full range of virtual assets as required under the revised FATF Recommendation 15. A narrow or restrictive definition would leave regulatory gaps and expose Trinidad and Tobago to non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, I am comforted and I am guided by the Office of the Attorney General that the current definition meets the required criteria to capture all the full range of virtual assets that are under consideration today. It was also suggested during the discussions that penalties under the bill were excessive. In reality, however, Mr. Speaker, the penalties are consistent with existing provisions under the Securities Act, for example, sections 62, 98, 165(4), and 165A(3). The bill therefore maintains parity with established enforcement standards rather than creating any new or exceptional penalty structure. Some of the stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, also question the need for an offense relating to advertising. This offense, however, is necessary for proper regulation, as misleading or unregistered promotions are a recognized vector for consumer harm in the virtual assets sector. My own experiences, as described earlier, demonstrate the real-world necessity of this safeguard. Another concern that was raised during the stakeholder consultation, Mr. Speaker, was that the original bill, did not provide adequate avenues for redress. That is incorrect. Any action, such as seeking a restraining order, injunction, or other equitable relief, must still be brought before the courts, ensuring full adherence to due process. Further, the bill does not, in fact, create any new or extraordinary remedies for the TTSEC. It, in fact, mirrors the existing framework, meaning that this concern no longer carries any material force. Mr. Speaker, let us now examine the bill, which, through the amendments, now contains 27 clauses. I am quite aware that the bill, as it stands, does not contain the amendments contained in the list, which can only be brought up at committee stage. But I trust members will refer to the consolidated version, which has been circulated, Mr. Speaker. Clause 1, short title. Clause 1 of the bill contains the short title of the bill, which is cited as the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Act 2025. Clause 2 of the bill contains the interpretation clause that helps to define virtual assets, virtual asset activities, virtual asset service provider, regulatory sandbox, and sandbox participant, as these terms may be new to some persons. Clause 3 of the bill enables the Commission to facilitate regulatory oversight by emerging risks in the virtual asset sector under the AML, CFT, CPF laws administered or supervised by the Commission. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 of the bill prohibits any person from conducting virtual asset activities in or from within Trinidad and Tobago unless authorized by the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission to do so, or if the person holds a certificate of acceptance to operate in a regulatory sandbox under Clause 5. This clause, that is Clause 4, also seeks to set out what are virtual asset activities and goes on to prohibit the Commission, that is the SEC, from granting authorization to conduct virtual asset activities on or before the 31st of December 2026. In particular, Clause 4.4 of the bill provides that if there is a license or certificate of registration issued under any other law written prior to the commencement of this Act, that license or certificate does not have the effect of permitting any virtual asset activity. Further, Clause 4.7 of the bill provides specifically that persons who have been carrying out virtual asset activities before the commencement of this Act must, within 1 month of the commencement of this Act, notify the Commission in writing that it is carrying on such activity and cease such activity within 3 months of the commencement of this Act. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4.12 creates an offense if a person is carrying out virtual asset activity before the commencement of this Act and he fails to so inform the Commission of said activities. That person will be liable on summary conviction to a fine of $125,000. Clause 4.13 also provides for penalties to individuals, companies, and non-incorporated bodies for breach of Clause 4.1 or Clause 4.7, while Clause 4.14 provides for defenses, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, 48.1. I don't know what this Honourable Minister is referring to. There is no Clause 4.14 in the bill before us, and we've received no amendments. We can't follow anything he said.
My recollection is, and I'll ask the Minister to clarify it, but my recollection is at the start, the Minister did say that the bill to be ultimately considered will have 27. Hang on a second, I'm getting there. And that the proposed amendments are in the process of being circulated. So perhaps the Minister could, as a practical solution, the Minister could confine his comments for now to the... Yes, but okay, I don't need your constant interruption and reminder. If we could move on, I'm sure the Minister will be reasonable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem exists when you try to educate my colleagues opposite. It is extremely challenging. It is extremely challenging. So, Mr. Speaker, I will treat with the bill as it exists. Oh, you have the amendment, sir? Well, ask your leader. Ask your leader. Anyway, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker.
Practical solution. Until the amendments are circulated, you confine yourselves to the provisions of the published bill, and as soon as we confirm that you may move on. So that's a practical solution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me. Section 6, subclause 6 of the bill would provide that if a person does not notify the commission, and this is the existing bill, when they get the opportunity to go through.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. There is no subsection 6. There's no subclause 6 in this bill. Clause 6 has one clause, no subclauses whatsoever.
Well, all right. There's no need for that useless hyperbole. I'm sure the minister simply meant clause 6. Yes, but it's a mistake anyone can make. Come on, these needless objections really don't help us. Minister? Huh? All right. In order for economy of time, I think what I propose to do, subject to, I understand that the amendments are close to be circulated and should be circulated within a minute or so that we use our time economically. Can I suspend for 10 minutes? We come back and the entirety of the bill will be before the House. Well, I'm assured that you will get them. Yeah, so I propose to suspend at 2:27. We return at 2:37. So the House will resume at 2:37. I'm being asked before we suspend. Is there? Minister, Leader of Government Business wishes to inform the House. Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to the suspension to allow for the Parliament to circulate the amendments. I just want to put it on the public record that these amendments have been with the Parliament for the last 20 minutes. So it is just a procedural to have it circulated among members.
We will resume at 2:38. Thank you all very much. Suspended.
Mr. Speaker, the amendments are 48 pages long, over 100 changes. Don't try that. Don't try that.
All right. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I trust that the colleagues opposite now have the amendments. And if they were paying attention to all that I said before, they will be easily able to understand the amendments before them. Mr. Speaker, don't trouble me, pardon. Don't trouble me. Do not trouble me. Mr. Speaker, I was on the verge, I was pursuing this clause by clause. But I want to pause the clause by clause presentation to explain why those on the opposite side are so antsy and so anxious to cast blame because they do not want to support this legislation. With amendments, without amendments, does not matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer you to the Senate Hansard. Hansard, a question that was asked by a senator to the Honorable Minister of Finance, then the member for Diego Martin Northeast, with regards to cryptocurrency and what the government was doing with the cryptocurrency. Specifically, the question was, given that the International Monetary Fund's assessment of Trinidad and Tobago's existing lack of regulatory framework for cryptocurrencies may be limiting the country's ability to develop alternative currency business models, can the minister, that is the then minister, indicate what policy measures, if any, are being taken to address this issue? End quote. Mr. Speaker, that is November 28, 2023. 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, an opposition senator, then a UNC senator, raised the issue trying to get the government to wake up and do something about cryptocurrency. The response from the Honourable Minister, then the member for Diego Martin Northeast, was, and I quote, "The whole world knows that cryptocurrency is dangerous. The whole world knows that cryptocurrency is the preferred currency of criminals. And the whole world knows that crypto assets are backed by nothing. Why on earth would a question come to me," that is to him, "as to whether I," that is him, "may be wishing to develop alternative currency business models?" The answer, he says, "We are not doing that. We are not getting involved in cryptocurrency. It is dangerous and we are not putting the country's asset at risk." End quote. Mr. Speaker, I put that today, now, to put the issues and the comments in context of where the members opposite have started and where they are going to go. They had no interest in protecting members of the public from abuse. They had no interest in regulating this cryptocurrency market. They had no interest and still have no interest in stopping the illegal activity in terrorist financing. They had no interest then, and they have no interest now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I may continue to educate the members opposite and the members listening on the national frameworks, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5 of the bill establishes a regulatory sandbox for VACP, that's the virtual assets, the documentation before us, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5 of the bill establishes a regulatory sandbox for VACPs which were operating before the commencement of this bill to be authorized by the Commission to conduct certain virtual asset activities under certain conditions during the period set out under Clause 4. The Commission has been mandated to administer and oversee this regulatory sandbox, which means the Commission is responsible for a number of areas, including but not limited to receiving and processing applications for participation in the sandbox, collecting data and reports from participants, etc., etc., Mr. Speaker. There's also a Clause 6 that deals with the certificate of acceptance. There's a Clause 7 that deals with the certificate of acceptance and the issuing of such a certificate, Mr. Speaker. Clause 7 of the bill sets out the processes for which the Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange will issue a certificate of acceptance. It outlines the criteria that the Commission must follow and establishes a 45 business day period for the Commission to issue a certificate of acceptance where the applicant meets all the requirements. Mr. Speaker, under this clause, the Commission is also entitled to set conditions and restrictions on the activities that includes, but is not limited to, the number or type of customers to whom virtual assets, service, or product may be offered, or volume of transactions. It also focuses on ongoing AML, CFT, CPF compliance, advertising, and the value or amount of virtual assets, service, or products offered to customers. Mr. Speaker, Clause 8, register of sandbox participants. Clause 9, requirements of sandbox participants. Mr. Speaker, I had all of this in detail, but since the members were not interested in listening or hearing or learning, Mr. Speaker, I will continue with just the headlines. Just to refer them, since they want the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Clause 10. Clause 10 of the bill establishes the record-keeping requirements of the sandbox participants, which are in keeping with the framework for AML, CFT, CPF. Mr. Speaker,
all of those clauses the member is calling out do not exist in the bill. The amendments have not yet been dealt with in committee stage. The minister cannot refer to clause 5 and clause 10. That doesn't exist.
Minister, can I seek some clarification? The amendments which were circulated, they form part of the bill which is before the House?
No, Mr. Speaker. They are proposed amendments to be considered at committee stage.
At committee stage.
However, Mr. Speaker, by way of clarification, what I was trying to explain prior to committee stage, because I did not want the members opposite to debate in absence of information, is to provide them with what the guidance is, what we are proposing to the House. I was trying to explain to those members opposite what we are asking them for. I was trying to explain to members opposite, Mr. Speaker,
of what you're trying to do. And I think it would assist the House greatly at the committee stage if the minister, in going through the bill, could identify the purport of each clause so we could save some time at committee stage. So if you could do that quickly, get to the relevant clauses which are before the House, because I don't think you have much time again, Minister. I think you have like 30 minutes again, if that long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the members insist on focusing on the old bill, prior to the discussions that are prior to, can I speak, please? You will have your chance. You can speak then. Mr. Speaker, since the members are insistent on debating the bill which is proposed to be amended without the knowledge and wisdom and understanding as to why the amendments are being proposed, since they prefer to debate in absence of information, Mr. Speaker, and since they refuse to listen to guidance, Mr. Speaker, I refer the members opposite to the proposed amendments to the original bill and hope that they will then debate, Mr. Speaker, the amendments and the proposed bills in due course. Mr. Speaker, I repeat that it fell to this government to treat with a matter that was raised by the member for Diego Martin Northeast, who's bristling today, to treat with a matter that was raised with the member for Diego Martin Northeast 2 years ago, and which he refused to treat with, which he refused to provide support and guidance and protection for individuals who have funds that they may be willing to invest, members of the public, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of that, we are forced today to bring the legislation. We are also forced, Mr. Speaker, to make amendments because we submitted the bill to the Parliament and to individuals who are interested stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. As a result of that, we have proposed amendments, and since the members opposite want to revert to the mechanism where they used to follow before, where we would only see the amendments on the point in time when we sat after full debate, Mr. Speaker. After full debate, that was the practice those opposite used to do. For 10 years, that is what they did. They would come with a bill, we would sit and debate the bill in good faith, and we will only see the amendments at committee stage, at which point we were hamstrung. We could not, for the first time we would see it. I have sat on that side, Mr. Speaker, and in all honesty, with a clear conscience and a good heart, we provided the amendments to them. With a clear conscience and a good heart, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with clear conscience and a good heart, something the member would not recognize because he does not know what that is. I stood here to provide information, to provide explanation and information that came out of consultation because they do not know and they do not care. All they are concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is to jump up and say, we now get this, we now get this, we cannot comment. Mr. Speaker, with all frankness and fairness, those members on the opposite side, well, I don't know what they are. Members on this side, we are legislators. We are here to make legislation. We were able to do it at committee stage when we got the notes at the proposed amendments at committee stage. If they are not able to do it when they have the amendments in front of them, Mr. Speaker, that is not my
Mr. Speaker, point of order, please. 48.6, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is 50 pages of amendments. The member cannot say that this has ever been done before.
48.6 is about imputing improper motives. Plainly, that does not arise.
Mr. Speaker, this is exactly the point. This is exactly the point, Mr. Speaker. The member for San Fernando East. The member for San Fernando East was in this very same chamber and is guilty of the very same accusation I made against the member of Nicobar for Northeast, where he could not, and stands up on the wrong standing order. He has been here for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to speak. Please allow me to speak.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman is again imputing improper motives to me. He is saying I'm not telling the truth. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is in Hansard. The evidence is there, visible for anyone who wants to go and see it on the television. Mr. Speaker, the facts remain that we have debated in this House on a multiplicity of occasions bills that the then government, the PNM administration, knew they were going to change at committee stage and said nothing. Today, when they have the explanation, when they have the amendments, they come crying because it's done in a way where it is transparent, in a manner in which they don't understand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's so much more that I can say, but since the members opposite are not inclined to learn, I look forward to the contributions from those opposite, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to their pleadings, and I hope that they will accept that this time around, the legislation is important enough for the national community, where they should be able to provide support, given that the purpose of this part of this type of legislation is to treat with illegal activity. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to remind the population of something I would have said here before, that every single occasion that this government comes to this honorable House to try to make changes to prevent crime, to treat with the level of criminal activity, including in this instance white-collar crime and issues that can be abused for the conduct of terrorist financing, money laundering, etc. Every single time that this government has attempted to step forward with proper legislation, the members on the opposite side have criticized, condemned, and refused to support any crime-fighting initiatives. I hope today marks a difference that the members on the opposite side will support. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers be now read a second time. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in conversation, the list of amendments that we were given, I would say 4 minutes before the resumption, 4 minutes, take up a total of 48 pages and contain within them more than 200 substantive modifications, to borrow a word from a recent court matter, to the original bill. One of the amendments, I heard the Minister, Mr. Speaker, I do not wish to be interrupted by the Attorney General.
When you engage in disruptive conduct and you get it back, that's the problem. That's the problem. I will ask all members, allow the persons making their contributions to do so in relative peace. Thank you.
I was asking it in the context of the standing orders, not in the context of some theory. There are 48 pages of amendments here, involving over 200 substantive modifications to the original bill. One of them alone introduces a clause 38. And that one, Mr. Speaker, that one that deals with 38 has 15 subclauses. Just one. So for the minister to say that he was adding 15 additional clauses is a political sleight of hand. Yes, it is. Because one of them goes from 38A to 38O. 15 different subclauses. As I said, I counted this. Over 200 substantive amendments. And what that does to this bill, it destroys this bill and consigns it to the dustbin. It makes this debate today, Mr. Speaker, a puppy show. They have changed fundamentally the structure, the intent, the purport, the effect of the legislation. And may I say, Mr. Speaker, this bill was due to be debated on the 19th of September, 2 months ago. 2 months the government had. And they did nothing with respect to informing the opposition with respect to this. If there was a word more than substantive, I would use it. They did nothing to advise the opposition with respect to these copious amendments. Avalanche of amendments. And it is a complete disrespect and a contempt, Mr. Speaker, for parliamentary process. How on earth are we on this side supposed to go to 200 substantive changes, changing the whole structure of the bill? Because this bill was... I'm trying to find a word that would be deemed parliamentary. Bad is not good enough to establish how terrible this bill was. This bill, Mr. Speaker, what this did is it banned trading in virtual assets and other activities with respect to virtual assets and virtual asset service providers for a period of in excess of 2 years. That's what this bill did. It banned it because this bill, this original bill, prohibited the Securities and Exchange Commission from authorizing any of these virtual asset activities until December the 31st, 2027. That's what the original bill did. The other clauses in the bill are irrelevant because there are no regulations associated with this bill. There are no guidelines. There are no criteria. There are no schedules to the original bill. And therefore, there is no information in the original bill as to exactly what would happen to persons and entities currently engaged in virtual asset activities or providers of virtual asset services. There was nothing in there. It was a shameful bill. And Mr. Speaker, all they needed to do, if they're running out of time, because we know that Trinidad and Tobago is currently preparing for the 5th round of mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. All of us know that. And there's an on-site assessment in March of 2026. And if they didn't do something to be compliant in some way with FATF recommendation 15, which I will read to you now, Mr. Speaker. FATF recommendation 15. Countries and financial institutions should identify and assess the money laundering or terrorist financing risks that may arise in relation to A, the development of new products and new business practices, including new delivery mechanisms, and B, the use of new or developing technologies for both new and pre-existing products. In the case of the financial institutions, such a risk assessment should take place prior to the launch of new products, and so on. And then it goes on to say, to manage and mitigate the risks emerging from virtual assets, countries should ensure that virtual asset service providers are regulated for AML, anti-money laundering, CFT, counter-terrorist financing purposes, and licensed or registered and subject to effective systems for monitoring and ensuring compliance with the relevant measures called for in the FATF recommendations. But this bill regulated nothing. It banned it until January of 2028. And Mr. Speaker, this bill, if passed into law and enacted and proclaimed, would have been worthless. I don't understand if the government opposite was short on time, short on intellectual capacity, short on ideas, short on technical expertise. If that was the problem, you could have simply cut and paste from those Caribbean territories that have already enacted a model Virtual Assets Act, which was produced by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. And there are a number of territories within the Caribbean that have already used that model law that was prepared by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and they have put it into their laws, and in fact St. Vincent is now operationalizing its Virtual Asset Act. Just cut and paste, that's all you had to do. I have absolutely no idea where this nonsense came from. And now we see, because when you go to the St. Vincent and Grenadines Virtual Asset Business Act of 2022, and you look through it, and you see what that little country was doing, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with a population less than 1/10 or about 1/10 of Trinidad and Tobago. And what they were doing, they were putting in systems where there were transitional arrangements, because the greatest failing in this piece of legislation, the original bill, was that there were no transitional provisions whatsoever. You're just getting banned. You can't do it, and you face a penalty of $5 million if you continue to trade in virtual assets or offer services associated with virtual assets. But when you go to the St. Vincent legislation, this is what they had in terms of transitional provisions. Section 24 of the St. Vincent Virtual Assets Act. Subject to subsections 2, 3, and 4, a person who immediately before the commencement of this act was operating virtual asset business may continue to operate that virtual asset business for 60 days from the date of commencement of this act. Where a person continues to operate in accordance with subsection 1, that person shall within 7 days of the commencement of this act make an application for registration pursuant to section 6. And then they give other procedures in section 24 of the St. Vincent Act with respect to transitional provisions. There are no transitional provisions in here. That was a major failure of the original bill. Now we have 200 modifications. 200. And what I note, without any explanation whatsoever, no explanation of the change in policy, the sea change in policy, where the original bill says, and let me go to the section of the bill that deals with this whole issue, which is clause 4.3, notwithstanding anything contained in this act or any other written law, the Commission shall not, on or before 31st December 2027, grant any authorization under this act or the Securities Act to any person in respect of operating as a wallet service provider or any activity set out in subsection 2. And those activities are the exchange between virtual assets and fiat currencies, the exchange between one or more forms of virtual assets, the transfer of virtual assets, the safekeeping or administration of virtual assets or instruments, enabling control over virtual assets, and the participation in and provision of financial services related to an offer of an issuer or sale of a virtual asset. All of that was banned by this bill until January of 2028, more than 2 years. Now, when you look at these 48 pages of amendments, it's a good thing I could read fast. What we now see, Mr. Speaker, is that they've changed the date from...
Mr. Speaker, 48.1. This is the very same condition that the honourable member opposite raised when I was dealing with the very same documents in his hand.
That's fine, Mr. Speaker. Okay,
allow the Speaker to rule, please.
In the 48 pages of amendments which have been circulated, and the minister referred to some of those 48 pages, the entire structure of this bill is changed. They've changed the date, they have transitional provisions, they have all sorts of arrangements inside of here now. And it is obvious to me. It is obvious to me.
48.1. Again,
moving on.
This is the same issue that the member raised when I raised the same thing.
You raised the same issue, relied on the same standing order, you relied on the same principle, you invoked all of that, and now you are running afoul of that which you relied on. So, and as I said, I offer the practical solution of allowing us to refer to it here, but you insisted on standing on procedural ceremony for us to take it at the committee stage, so that's what we're going to do.
Speaker, it is impossible at committee stage to look at 200 new subclauses.
Perhaps
impossible.
That is what you should have thought of, rather than invoking the technical and disproportionately technical rules in this standing order. I proposed an eminently reasonable and practical approach that we deal with the amendments once they were circulated, but it was your insistence that these amendments were not before the House and that we would deal with them at committee stage. So you can't complain now when they use your same argument to hoist you on your own same procedural petard. That's what it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will complain that we've received 48 pages of amendments at the last
We'll
minute.
limit your complaint
I
to
will
that.
complain. I will complain. This is a contempt of the Parliament. It's absurd. So let me go to the original bill and point out how ridiculous this original bill was, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to the original bill and point out how ridiculous it was. And I am entitled to complain about receiving 48 pages of amendments 5 minutes before the debate. 5 minutes before the debate continued. And Mr. Speaker, I heard what the minister said and I'm entitled to reply. The statements that the minister has made that this is what we used to do is a complete falsehood, Mr. Speaker. Never in the history of this Parliament has an opposition been given 200 substantial modifications to a bill 4 minutes before the debate resumed. That has never happened. Never. Never happened, Mr. Speaker. Never. And it is, Mr. Speaker, listen, would you please, there's a breach of the standing orders, they're making a set of noise. I ask for your protection, Mr. Speaker.
Quiet now, everyone's quiet now. No, I did hear, but I also hear when you violently suck your teeth. So let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for your protection in accordance with the standing orders.
I have given it to you.
Members do not speak when I am speaking. I ask for your protection.
Let's move on. There's no need for all this exchange. No need for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you're hearing them, but I am.
I am hearing them, but I'm also hearing San Fernando East provoking the discussion. You see where I sit here, I see everything and hear everything. I'm not selective in what I hear. Yes, you were. Right. So if your member wishes the protection of the chair, then give him the environment by which he can demand the protection of the chair. Don't engage in the crosstalk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, apart from FATF recommendation number 15, which we would surely run afoul of during the on-site assessment in March, because for 6 months the other side has done nothing, it is important for the public to understand what is wrong with cryptocurrency, which is the most basic form of a virtual asset, Mr. Speaker. There are many dangers with cryptocurrency. High volatility, lack of regulation, vulnerability to security threats and scams. And these factors mean that consumers face a significant risk of losing their invested money. And since we have no idea what the government plans to do, we have no idea, because they don't plan to do what is in this bill. One does not know what they plan to do. And what is also obvious is they put the bill in the parliament in September and then do the consultation afterwards. And what is obvious to me, that people associated with the UNC complained about this nonsensical bill. There is no other explanation for a bill morphing from 12 simple clauses to effectively over 200 clauses. You could call a clause 38, A, B, C, D, and so on, but it's really 15 clauses coming through there. So in terms of the dangers of cryptocurrency values are notoriously unstable. Anybody who had been following the price of Bitcoin, for example, within the last couple of months, Bitcoin reached a high of almost $120,000 just a couple of months ago. Almost $120,000. Now, Bitcoin started off at less than $1. The price of a single Bitcoin. It started off in its embryonic stage at less than $1. It went up to $119,000. That's the number I remember a couple of months ago. But within the last month or so, it has tumbled from 120,000 to close to 80,000, Mr. Speaker. So anybody who has Bitcoin, I want to make a declaration, I have none, never seen what a Bitcoin looks like, even virtually. But anybody who trades in Bitcoin would have lost 1/3 of their value over the last couple of months. And that is because it's extremely volatile, extremely volatile. Cryptocurrency is driven by speculation and social media hype rather than underlying assets. In fact, what are the underlying assets of cryptocurrency? Some say there are none. Cryptocurrency also suffers from a lack of regulation and consumer protection. The market is largely unregulated. Unlike traditional banking and stock markets, there's an absence of oversight. I mean, what this bill was supposed to do was to put in the necessary regulatory oversight for virtual assets. The absence of oversight means that consumers typically do not have access to legal protection, such as deposit insurance, for example, fraud protection, or even dispute resolution mechanisms. There's also the overwhelming problem of fraud. Large amounts of virtual assets have been stolen through cyber attacks on exchanges and wallets. It's a prime target for various scams, including fake investment schemes, Ponzi schemes, phishing attacks to steal private keys, misleading advertisements that often promise fast and high returns. There's something here in Trinidad, I think the name is Trillions. I remember reading about this in the newspapers a couple of months ago. There's something called Trillions, where persons had invested in virtual assets and lost a lot of money. It's trillions, right? That's what it is. Here in Trinidad, where people were promised huge returns on investment in virtual assets and they just didn't get it. Exchanges and wallets are also frequent targets for hackers. If a person can get into your virtual wallet, that's it. They could drain all your cryptocurrency. Once a cryptocurrency transaction is completed, it cannot typically be reversed. If you send funds to the wrong address, you can only get your money back if the person you sent it to chooses to return it. The legal implications and the tax implications of cryptocurrency are still evolving, not just in the Caribbean, but all over the world. For example, if you make profit on Bitcoin, let's say you bought Bitcoin at 50,000 or 10,000, and you cashed it in at 120,000, what are the tax implications of that, of a virtual currency? And then, of course, the elephant in the room, the worst element of all. The anonymity and lack of regulation make cryptocurrencies attractive for criminal activities, such as money laundering, ransomware, black market transactions, and so on. In fact, the way the folklore says that it is the preferred currency of international criminals. And this is why we on this side felt it was better to prohibit and ban cryptocurrency rather than try to regulate it. But the world is evolving. If one goes into the many reports that are published by FATF, for example, and I will read from one. This is targeted update on the implementation of FATF standards on virtual assets and providers. And in this one, the 2025 document, they make the point that there's actually only one country in the world that has been found to be fully compliant in terms of a total ban on cryptocurrency. In addition, when one looks at the various FATF guidelines in terms of dealing with virtual assets, the guidelines are drafted for regulation and not prohibition. You could do a quick Google search and you will see that there are no regulations or guidelines coming out of FATF with respect to the banning of cryptocurrency. The guidelines are drafted to facilitate regulation. And therefore, this bill, which was going to ban cryptocurrency for 2 years, really was not going to make Trinidad and Tobago fully compliant with the FATF recommendation 15, and they know that. That's why they come with this 48 pages of recommendations. They know that. They would have failed the on-site examination in March. In addition, Mr. Speaker, if one looks at what is happening all over the world, I will go to another FATF document. When one looks at the latest reports, a number of countries have tried to ban it, as I said before, but they have failed. They have failed. They are not fully compliant with FATF. Recommendation 15. Only one country in the world has become fully compliant. And when you read the FATF reports, what they are telling you is that they would prefer, very diplomatic language, they would prefer that countries move to regulation rather than prohibition. Because you could try to prohibit something, but these things are operating in the cloud. They're in cyberspace. It's very difficult to regulate activities for a country such as ours to regulate activities in the cloud. For example, if this thing had been passed in its original, very useless form, how on earth would the authorities in Trinidad and Tobago have been able to enforce this 2-year ban on virtual asset service provision? They couldn't do it. And that is what has happened all over the world, Mr. Speaker. Now, from what I'm hearing from the minister, because I'm responding to what he said, it seems they have discovered the error of their ways. It seems they have discovered that they have to have transitional provisions. It seems that they have discovered that they have to have some interim mechanism to allow persons who are already trading in virtual assets some sort of relief so that they can continue their business in some form or fashion. It seems they have belatedly discovered that 2 months after they put the bill in the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Because if we had gone ahead with that, we surely would have failed the mutual round of the 5th mutual round of evaluation. But, Mr. Speaker, it is a nonsense for us on this side to even think, dare to think, that we in committee stage will be able to comment on 48 pages, 200 odd changes to this bill. It's a nonsense for anybody to think that. This, as far as I'm concerned, is an absolute contempt. And I dare say that we on this side, recognizing what FATF has been saying over the last several years, with respect to attempts by other countries to ban cryptocurrency, for all the reasons I outlined there, most particularly the fact that it is the currency of criminals, we now agree that virtual assets must be regulated, not just for compliance with FATF, but also to deal with white-collar crime. We agree. But it's impossible for us on this side to meaningfully look at 200 brand new changes, changing the structure of the bill, changing the whole debate entirely, changing the whole conversation, highly complex modifications, Mr. Speaker. As I said, this is a contempt of this Parliament. And we will deal with this in another forum, but we object most strenuously to this offensive assault on the principles and practice of this Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, very little has been said about the bill that is before the House this afternoon. And as a result, my time will be very short. Much has attempted to be said about the amendments which are to be moved at committee stage, but as previous rulings have demonstrated, those are not what are before us right now. Now, if I could just take the House and my friend from the Martin Northeast for a second to the recent record. This is where I begin. You say that we would have failed the Merval assessment. That is the 6th Merval assessment, which is carded for February of 2026. Mr. Speaker, we will not fail that. And the reason we will not fail it is that we are moving expeditiously and carefully and thoughtfully to ensure compliance with the FATF recommendations and special recommendations, while at the same time doing as little damage to human beings who are operating within this jurisdiction well, to the greatest extent possible. Now, I just want to remind our friends that I read into the record a plea. They had given up their hands. They had put their hands up. Surrender. That was their position. So when they describe us as failing, if we fail, we try, and we will not fail. Their approach was to write CFATF, not once but twice. And what did they do? First time they begged, and then when there was a response saying, nope, they begged again. And the response then was, no, you will be evaluated come March 2026, come hell or high water. Faced with that, we have had no choice but to move forward, and to move forward with expedition in respect of these matters which are before the House this afternoon. And I'm aware of all the discussions which have taken place. I just want to remind the House that the CFATF regulations came as part of a package of 3. 2 of those pieces passed, the miscellaneous provisions, that was the general compliance bit, and the anti-proliferation bit. We paused with respect to virtual assets. And why did we pause with respect to virtual assets? Because even then, as a government in place for 120 days, as opposed to one in place for 3,650 days, give or take a few, they had done nothing but plead. We were interested in fixing this problem. We took the decision then that we were going to, come hell or high water, we were going to meet our MOVAL requirement and pass. We paused because we recognized we had a problem. And consistent with the philosophy of the Prime Minister and this government, we attempted even then, as a government in place for 4 months, to seek as much consultation as we could possibly have done in what time was left of us. Because and Mr. Speaker, the central bank governor met in the conference room at the Attorney General with the Minister of Justice, I believe, and with me, and all the technocrats. And not only did we meet with all the technocrats, we did something our friends on the other side never do. When they are confronted with criticism from the public, they giggle. They ain't right yet. Mm-hmm. That is their approach. What we did was to say, come and sit down, tell us what your problems are. And we met with them, from governor to minister to the Attorney General. We met with, all of us had a first meeting with them. We told them, we put our cards on the table, we said, compliance is a necessity. At the same time, we want to accommodate as much as possible, if it can be done, what you wish to do. And Mr. Speaker, it was out of that thing that we cannot speak about here, but that we may speak about in 20 minutes' time when we're in committee stage, because of the brilliant suggestion of my friend from the Martin Northeast. That thing, which we will not speak about now, that is the idea that came out of those consultations. And I interrogated it, although I'm not sure, I'm a little fearful now. I interrogated that suggestion. I said, is this going to fly with our Merval assessors? I read the language, and I was assured that it would. And that is why the amendment, of which I cannot speak, will be moved shortly. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has spoken about the recommendation 15, which is, of course, what is driving us today. Now, as a lawyer, I look at that recommendation and I studied it to determine how much flexibility we would have. And if you look at 15.3a of the recommendations of FATF, because they're the ones driving the show, they ask us really, I mean, the language is all there, but they ask us to identify and assess. That's all that is asked for in 15.3a. Now, as you come down, 15.3b Roman 2 describes the risk-based measures. So commensurate with the risk that you identify, because you are asked first to assess and identify, then you allocate resources to efficiently mitigate those risks. And in 15, jumping down from 13, 15 requires us to, that is where the licensing and regulation requirement comes in. But there are several aspects of compliance. And of course, if you ban activity, it is not a risk per se that you need to license or regulate. I think that is common and basic sense. So, no, of course I can't speak of that thing which I cannot speak. But insofar as you choose to engage in a discussion with persons, real human beings who are affected, and insofar as they bring problems to us, it is our duty on this side as legislators to listen, and to listen without the arrogance that came to define them. That arrogance. No, I have to say something, you know. And some of you all might get vexed with me. That arrogance wasn't always there. But a fish rottens from the top. And and the arrogance started, it begins in the person of a man who perhaps may not be here today, but resides in a place to the north of us, on a hill, and who feels now that he can have press conferences at his will, and makes his own office the office of the former Prime Minister. And he's allowed himself and his cancer to go straight into the Martin Northeast and his colleagues.
Mr. Speaker.
All right, Attorney General, there's an objection to relevance. We could move on. I think we've made the point.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As long as the point is made, I think the relevance is spoken. But the general point is that we on this side listen to real people And in listening to those persons, we formed the view that a piece of legislation which we introduced in an effort to make a deadline they ran away from. Okay, a piece of legislation we introduced in order to meet a deadline, they had nothing to do with 2 letters, not 1. Sometimes you say, okay, I beg once as a young man, and that's okay, I'm off. But you beg twice, the answer is the same. We tried to meet that deadline. We discovered that the legislation was in need of reform and rewriting. We rewrote the legislation to a certain degree to meet the interests of those persons. I'm not talking about the thing that I should not speak about, but we did do that. We make no apologies for listening to persons. That legislation is, the legislation is here this afternoon, and we will amend it to take into account the views of persons who have expressed that they will be hurt. Our government will never say to persons in this society, you're in riot yet. That's for him and his leader. Okay? We will never say that. So we make no apologies for doing the people's business here. If it takes us until 4 o'clock in the morning to go through all of the amendments which are before us, if they want to sleep, refresh themselves, get some coffee, some Coke, some hot chocolate, some donuts, we will provide. And if we don't provide, I will provide. But, Mr. Speaker, we will do the government's business. We will do the people's business. We will not beg for time. We will meet our obligations. We will pass the Merval report. We will do right to our citizens, and we will not say you're in riot yet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Speaker, Standing Order 44-8.
44-8. What is the misrepresentation you complain about?
I have to explain that when I speak, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think you can give me the gist of the misrepresentation. Well, no, I think since you've already spoken, you're seeking my leave to speak again. Hold on, yes. A member who has spoken on any question may, discretionary of course, again be heard to offer explanation of some material part of his speech which he claims has been misrepresented. But he shall not introduce new matters. Such a member must first be recognized by the Speaker, and the explanation shall not exceed 2 minutes. So, in part of exercising my discretionary power, I first have to know the gist of the misrepresentation you claim. It's not a hard and fast rule, as you say, that I simply allow you to speak. So tell me the gist of what you claim is the misrepresentation.
It is not what I claim. The Attorney General said that I said that the government will fail the mutual round evaluation. I did not say that. I said that if they had gone through with this bill without changing it, they would have failed.
Contextually, I think you've made your point. We can move on to Leo Martin West. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege of entering this debate on the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. Now, I must state, based on this Bible that has been sent us, what we can acknowledge is that the bill, in its original format, is deeply and fundamentally flawed. And while I will not speak about the half measures, the bill in its original form has errors that continue with or without what we shall not speak about, with most draconian, anti-innovation, and constitutionally questionable elements of this legislation. I know there are concessions, but whilst there are concessions, there are some things that are not corrections inside of here. So, for example, one of the things that should be stated and noted: crypto activity, provided it is not conducted as a business on behalf of another person. The amendment avoids the travesty of criminalizing an ordinary citizen for simply buying or selling virtual assets they own. The original bill that was sent to us does not address this. It basically says anyone trading or even giving advice in cryptocurrency or virtual assets can automatically become a criminal. There may be an insertion inside of the amendments. We'll speak to that later on. Now, what the bill should have stated is that there should be a regulatory sandbox. It's a necessary improvement. It provides a legal lifeline for existing local virtual asset service providers, preventing the immediate forced cessation of businesses that we warned would have been choked overnight. Furthermore, what should happen is that the period should be shortened rather than this 2-year moratorium where businesses that already exist are smothered. This sandbox period is what was advised by the local virtual asset service providers. Now, that may be inside of here somewhere, but it comes from a document provided and forwarded to many parliamentarians from the virtual asset service providers. So maybe these amendments in front of us are a final signal that the government is turning to listening. It is unfortunate that PANmen, entertainment professionals, CPEP, URP, reforestation workers cannot say the same with the government listening to them. In the current bill, wallet service provider should be deleted and definitions be readjusted because it is unnecessarily burdensome. Now, as I said before, the fact that we have this 48-page document of amendments is a reminder that the bill in its original format was ill-conceived, hostile to innovation, and simply not fit for purpose. However, even in what we shall not speak about, there are unaddressed flaws, civil liberties and economic costs that have not been outlined. The fundamental objections, they remain because they are things that have to be dealt with in terms of this legislation. Now, when we look at what happened in other jurisdictions, legislation was not necessary. Sometimes it's just simple regulation. So, for example, UK courts recognize digital assets as property, allowing injunctions and remedies for stolen crypto. Example, AA versus Persons Unknown in 2019 froze stolen Bitcoin. UK Jurisdiction Task Force 2019 statement affirmed crypto assets as property under common law. In the UK as well, the Financial Conduct Authority requires crypto businesses to register for anti-money laundering purposes. Now, what happens with legislation that is too stringent? You have situations where instead of attracting business, you detract business. In the initial stages of this bill put forward, word got to many virtual asset service providers in different parts of the world, India, Dubai, and other places, so much so that in a recent conference in Las Vegas, accounting partners from Trinidad and Tobago were told that they are no longer interested in coming to Trinidad and Tobago to have here as their Caribbean and Latin American base for their virtual asset service. Now, when you look at so many of our other Caribbean neighbors, they are more welcoming, and they are not coming with stringent legislation, and therefore allowing attraction to these virtual asset service providers. In the UK, over 80% of applicants failed or withdrew. Only 41 out of 300 were approved by early 2023. Many firms moved offshore, again, due to stringent requirements. In the UK as well, the FCA introduced strict marketing rules for crypto, as is being said by the Minister of Finance today. And despite registration, despite oversight, they did not really solve the problems. Now, UK law enforcement has seized illicit crypto funds and used court orders to freeze assets aided by recognition of crypto as property. Our current legislation already provides for that. In Kenya, their virtual asset service provider bill proposed a licensing board, but controversy arose when a private association linked to Binance was given a formal role, raising concerns about regulatory capture and conflicts of interest. Now, if we have a board for virtual asset services, just judging from what we've seen, wives, close friends, people that have interest may be on the board monitoring these virtual asset service providers. Then what situation does that put us in as a country? Now, in Barbados, despite lacking a comprehensive crypto law, they have seen fintech ventures flourish. Barbadian innovators helped create the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank's Dcash digital currency. In Jamaica, they launched their own central bank digital currency, Jamdex, and explored blockchain solutions to balance innovation with caution. Jamaica's Financial Services Commission issued warnings after a local crypto investment scheme collapsed, showing regulation did not prevent scams. What helps prevent scams for the Attorney General and for the Minister of Finance? Much like we've seen, even when they came to the Parliament with amendments in terms of the customs and excise on alcohol, what helps in situations is education. And again, they come to the Parliament and they propose legislation, but we never hear about the education. And the education is one of the most important parts in preventing people from being scammed and ensuring that we have a population that can handle new dynamics. My colleague from the Martin Northeast touched on the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union and the ECCB, so I won't go into that further. In Canada, Binance existed in Canada in 2023 due to regulatory requirements from Canadian security administrators. Quadriga CX, there was a scandal in Canada. Again, legislation required them to be registered and be part of the entire system. However, this did not stop people from getting scammed. $125 million in client funds vanished, and it was later revealed as a Ponzi scheme. Canada tightened oversight afterwards, but scams persist. Because as much as we are putting in place the legislation, are we putting in place the support? Are we making sure that the Securities and Exchange Commission has the relative staff and expertise to protect our country and our citizens against scams? In Europe, the EU's MiCA regulation applies nuanced rules, stricter for stable coins, lighter for utility tokens, an example of proportionate regulation. Now, FATF recommendation 15 mandates regulating virtual assets. The 2025 updated notes jurisdictions struggle to identify unregistered operations and offshore virtual asset service providers. So as much as we may regulate here in Trinidad and legislate here in Trinidad and Tobago, we have to understand that we are in a global market, and that can have effects on the way we do business. Now, when you talk about crypto, just a fact, UN estimates illicit crypto activity fell from 2.1%, that's 20 billion, in 2019 to 0.34% in 2020, 10 billion. So we see what's happening, and as much as we are focusing on virtual assets, we have to understand that most of the illegal activity, money laundering, terrorism financing, it doesn't come from virtual assets. Most of it comes from standard, everyday fiat currency. That's where it comes from. That's what the information says. That's what the research says. This bill lacks constitutional safeguards, draconian penalties, and lack of due process. Now, I did take a look, and whether you're dealing the actual bill that was proposed to us, or what we're not going to talk about, right? No matter which one you talk about, this is a problem, right? We are still looking at fines of $5 million and 5 years in prison for senior officers simply for operating without authorization. That is still there, no matter how you dance that around. Now, when you look at the bill, there's also the ability for a regulator to freeze assets, a citizen's virtual assets, without a court order. Where's the provision for timely court review? Where's that? Think about it. Let's talk about other things. Expanded surveillance and privacy invasion. When you talk about virtual assets, service providers, and this bill that is in front of us, and the powers that the government wants to give the Security and Exchange Commission, we are seeing situations ahead of us where citizens' information will be given to the Commission. And we've seen what the government does with private citizens' information, even when it is a prime minister of a neighboring Caribbean nation. So how now can we have the conversation about virtual asset service providers and having a situation where people's private information now becomes public and is put in the hands of people that could put your information out there to the world, even when it is 100% legitimate? Now, the sandbox would be a step forward, and I do hope that the minister expands on this and we can see what can come out of it. But again, there's limited scope. There's lack of justification in this entire bill, new and old. The minister's amendments do not address our call for a proper, locally tailored impact assessment. We are legislating in a data vacuum. The minister hasn't even come to the parliament and said, these are the amount of virtual asset service providers we have. This is the amount of people in Trinidad and Tobago that have Bitcoin and other virtual assets. So again, a vacuum, rushing to appease the FATF without quantifying the real cost, economic compliance, and social impact for Trinidad and Tobago. This once again, new or old, it's a cut and paste job. It's disproportionate to the actual risk level in our nascent crypto market. Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we support regulation. But you know what we demand? Sensible, proportionate, constitutional regulation. The minister, new and old, I see him going through his phone. It's fine. He has papered over the cracks. But you know what doesn't change? The foundation. The foundation of this bill remains deeply flawed. It still risks criminalizing enterprise and stifling young entrepreneurs, trampling on property rights, and driving away the very innovators that this country needs. This bill, Mr. Speaker, just like the government, even with the amendments, they are not fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Rangway St. Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this bill.
Save us. Save us.
Listening to my learned friend from Diego Martin, Northeast, I try to take a note of the actual statement he made. He said, if we were short on time, fancy him making that statement. Short on time. Short on intellectual capacity. And short on ideas, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, I want to put a few facts on the record. In 2019, this recommendation was made by FATF. 2019. We are in 2025. Elections was held on April 28, 2025. By that date, the other side had not done anything. Yet he comes here to complain that we who have now assumed office and faced with this chaos are attempting to fix the problem when for 6 years they have not done anything to fix this problem. And comes here and brazenly talks about if he was short on ideas, short on time, and short on intellectual capacity. Mr. Speaker, well, I am not talking about other aspects of, I'm being provoked here to say certain things, but I can't say it.
Don't talk about things you can't talk about.
About the height. But 6 years, we assumed office, and in a matter of 3 months, we knew we had international obligations. We took the bull by its horns, and we presented a bill to this House. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honorable Attorney General. We talked about, we heard from the citizenry, we heard from people who practice cryptocurrency, and they came to us and say, let us talk about this bill. And we opened the doors and we heard from everybody. We heard from the governor of the central bank, we heard from the bureaucrats, we heard from interested groups, and we produced a document with amendments to cater to everybody. We have been criticized for that. In 3 months, we did all of that. You took 6 years, you didn't do anything. it's hard. So when you hear what the Honourable Member for Diego Martin Northeast says in isolation, you say, but wait, we weren't doing anything? What did you do? But Mr. Speaker, I'll draw something else to your attention. You see, when these things are said, it conveys to the national population something that is wrong. I wish to further develop on the point raised by the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance read into the record excerpts of a Hansard in which a UNC opposition speaker was asking the Minister of Finance then about cryptocurrency, and he read part of the story. I will read the other part, Mr. Speaker. This is what the member for Diego Martin Northeast had to say on that date, and that date was the 20th of the 11th, 2023. This is what he said. Cryptocurrency is also the currency of use of drug traffickers, money launderers, and persons who operate on the dark web. And therefore, I found this question astonishing, but there is more. And this is the more he said. Let me highlight some failures in the cryptocurrency sector. He is highlighting failures in the cryptocurrency sector, and cryptocurrency is being conducted in Trinidad and Tobago. So that is happening, and he is highlighting, and this is what he highlights. In May of 2022, Terra USD, a large cryptocurrency exchange, collapsed, causing a loss to investors of US $45 billion. He knows that. He is being asked in 2023, are you regulating cryptocurrency? He shuns it off. But he's talking in 2022, $45 billion of loss. In June of 2022, Three Arrows Capital was forced to be liquidated, causing a loss of $3 billion to investors. That's another company, $3 billion to investors. In November 2022, FX trading, quite famous, collapsed, causing a loss to investors up to $50 billion. Now, all of these things were either serious flaws in the algorithm or fraud as a cause occurred with FX trading. And he went on to quote two other companies in which losses were sustained by members of the general public. Yet, in 2023, faced with a question by a conscientious UNC senator asking, what are we doing about cryptocurrency? In the context of FATF telling you in 2019, fix the problem. In 2023, he dismisses it altogether, comes here today and criticizes our efforts to fix this problem. That has to be wrong. And they're talking in this sanctimonious manner. This sanctimonious manner that the amendments we brought are right, is too much. My learned friend saying it ain't going far enough. What did you do? You did nothing. You abandoned Trinidad and Tobago to the virtual space where fraudsters were committing all sorts of problems, and he knew about it.
And they ran.
He knew about it. He talked about it and absolutely did nothing. Mr. Speaker, not only that, you know. Not only that, you know, Mr. Speaker. We, despite coming off the FATF grey list in 2021, we are still on 2 blacklists on the international community. Mr. Speaker, we are on the EU blacklist for non-cooperative jurisdiction for tax purposes, a blacklist. We were blacklisted due to receiving a non-compliant rating from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Global Forum, exchange of information requests, and automatic exchange of information. Mr. Speaker, we are also on the European Union list of high-risk third countries with strategic AML and CFT deficiencies. When did this blacklist come about? This blacklist, Mr. Speaker, came about in 2018. We are in 2025, and we are still being saddled with these two blacklists. What is the consequences? If our citizens travel to the European Union, any country, we have difficulty in using our credit cards. A bank who is doing an international transaction with members of the European Union countries, Mr. Speaker, you have a ton load of document, you're faced with scrutiny, you're faced with all sorts of impediments because our country is on the EU blacklist. What have they done about it? 2018 to 2015, I want to highlight again, 7 years have passed and nothing was done. But I want to tell you something, Mr. Speaker. We are here April 2025 and we will fix it. Other countries in the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, I want to present certain facts to you. The Cayman Islands entered the EU blacklist in February 2020. The Cayman Islands, February 2020. We entered in 2018. Right? Cayman Islands was removed from the EU blacklist in 2023. They took them 3 years, and they got off the blacklist. We are there for 7 years, and we're still on that blacklist. And you're coming here to criticize our efforts in a short space of time when we have taken the proverbial bull by the horns, brought legislation, and did all that we have to do to get back and fix this country financial system. And you come here and you criticize it in all earnestness. Can you watch us and tell us in all earnestness that we are failing? Look at yourselves in the mirror. Yeah. 7 months, what they haven't done in 7 years. Thank you, Minister Sturge. I love that comment. We are doing in 7 months what they have not done in 7 years. And we put that on the record. What are the consequences on being on that EU blacklist, Mr. Speaker? In the recent CFATF meeting held, the Premier of Cayman Islands, the Honorable Eubanks, told that meeting, he said, we faced, quoted him, so many problems. We lost hundreds of millions of dollars investments. We had to fix the problem. They took 3 years and fixed the problem. The Honorable Dale Marshall, the Attorney General of Barbados, similarly said, in Barbados, when they were put on the blacklist for the EU, they lost millions, hundreds of millions of dollars investment and had to fix it. We are here sitting, and the Honorable Attorney General said, you know what the answer after 7 years, Mr. Speaker? We're asking for more time. They didn't take the legislation and come to Parliament. They kept asking for more time. They were being told by the regulatory authorities, no more time, you're still begging for time. Mr. Speaker, Barbados entered the EU blacklist in 2023 and was removed in August 2025. 2 years they took to come off the blacklist. I want to emphasize, we are here 7 years. 7 years. Mr. Speaker, they were here for 7 years, sorry. They are here for 7 months, right? As we progress, Mr. Speaker, towards our March 2026 deadline, we didn't sit here, Mr. Speaker. This is what we did. We submitted our technical compliance questionnaire on August 15, 2025. We submitted it. They didn't do it. We submitted it.
Yes.
We did our oral presentation on Trinidad and Tobago money laundering and terrorism financing risk and context on September 2nd, 2025. We provided our comments on the assessment team scoping note on October 10th, 2025. We submitted further comments on the first draft of the technical compliance annex on November 17th, 2025. That's this week, Mr. Speaker. But rest assured, on November 24th next week, we will fulfill our deadline to meet our effectiveness information. We'll be going to Barbados. We'll be meeting with CFATF to fulfill that requirement. The assessment will continue with our second draft technical compliance annex review and commence in January 2026. And our on-site examination is scheduled for 2 weeks in March 2026. Mr. Speaker, we are not sitting down. We are moving, Mr. Speaker. And because, Mr. Speaker, because of that movement, we are telling you, Mr. Speaker, and we are giving this country a commitment that we will be removed from that EU blacklist, OECD blacklist, by March 2026 if we continue at this pace, Mr. Speaker. So please, Mr. Speaker, we are telling you, do not come to this Parliament and insinuate that we are not doing anything. I want them to look in the mirror and ask yourself, and I want to repeat, after 7 years, you have put the country in this position, and we, in the short space of time, we are ready to do it. Now, Mr. Speaker, the importance of the cryptocurrency world. This was an analysis done by Chain Analysis, a recognized world consultant in the cryptocurrency world. And the kind of business that we do in Trinidad, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago received 1.6 billion worth of cryptocurrency in a year. Now, this is US dollars. We are talking about, multiply by 7, this is close to $10 billion of cryptocurrency is flowing through Trinidad and Tobago. So it needs to be regulated. We need to regulate our cryptocurrency. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, out of that, there's a section titled Illicit Cryptocurrency Activity in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, this was done over the last year or so, and the figures are astounding. As this information is available to us, is available to me, was it not available to the other side? The Minister of Finance spoke about the fraud being committed in the United States. He has this analysis about the amount of cryptocurrency flowing through this country. He has the analysis of the illicit cryptocurrency flowing through this country, yet nothing was done. Why nothing was done? And you come here criticizing our bill, criticizing the amendments to our bill, criticizing the consultations that we have done, criticizing the regulatory sandbox, saying it is not far enough. We can't talk about that, according to EG. We can't talk about the regulatory sandbox, although my learned friend from Diego Martin push his hand inside and pull it out quickly. But if you go into the amendments that we have produced, Mr. Speaker, we have a licensing arrangement. He's saying that we do not know what how much VASP is operating in Trinidad? Of course we don't know. But we are telling you that once we pass this legislation, you cannot practice here and you cannot do that business here until you come to us and you regulate yourself. That is the purpose of the regulation. If we knew how much it was. We don't. But I could tell you that $1.6 billion worth of cryptocurrency passed through this country over the last year. This is the analysis done. You didn't do anything about it. You knew the fraud being committed in that virtual space. You knew companies were collapsing all over the world. You did nothing. And you come in here to tell us that the regulatory sandbox ain't enough. You ain't know much VASPET operating. You know how much VASPET operated? The Ministry of Finance knew how much VASP was operating in Trinidad. The central bank knew. Nobody knows. We could perhaps identify 3 or 4 on the face of it. It could be 100. And all this illicit, and Mr. Speaker, the illicit activity, I could share this with my friend from Digo Martin West if he wants. It's a lot of things happening on the dark web. It's matters where, I mean, you have child pornography, you have child abuse material, dark net market, fraud shop, illicit actors, malware, online pharmacy, ransomware, sanction activity, sanction jurisdiction, scam, stolen funds, terrorist financing. All of this is going on in the country. The consultant has produced a report. You did nothing about it. You did nothing about it. You know we were facing a deadline in February 2026. You knew we were facing an assessment March 2026, a few months away. Nothing. And this is what is going on in the country. And you come to criticize a bill that we brought here today. You know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I wish I had the words to describe that sort of arrogance. It's unparliamentary to say. Mr. Speaker, I mean, it may have been identified, but certainly when we put this activity in a regulated environment, Mr. Speaker, we are bringing some order to the chaos. We are restoring some order to the chaos. We are placing ourselves in the committee of nations. We have 200 nations in the world, Mr. Speaker, who have subscribed to the FATF. And all of these countries in the world, they are saying, yes, we agree to all of these regulations to prevent money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation of arms. 200 countries. The CFATF is comprised of 25 countries in the Caribbean, and we have included Haiti, they have included Venezuela, and in 2024 we have included United States of America. So all of these countries are subscribed to the CFATF. And we are saying that we have to fulfill our international obligations. We have to pass legislation, because CFATF said in 2018, pass legislation dealing with virtual assets and VASPs. And we have taken the step, Mr. Speaker, to do it. Now, regulatory approach of virtual assets differ widely from country to country, and these frameworks continue to evolve. This inconsistency exposes users and businesses to legal vulnerabilities, particularly in jurisdictions where regulation remains unclear or restrictive. The 2025 FATF update, Mr. Speaker, also notes that unregistered VASPs and certain virtual asset wallets have been used in complex international networks designed to launder illicit funds. And as I've just explained, Mr. Speaker, what is going on in Trinidad and Tobago and throughout the Caribbean, illicit cryptocurrency is being used, sometimes small, sometimes large. I heard my friend from Diego Martin was saying it's minimal, and therefore it's a fiat currency that you have to focus on. That is where the bulk of it is happening. Maybe it's happening there, but we are faced with it happening here. It is happening in the virtual space, and we have to deal with it. Second, Mr. Speaker, from a terrorism financing standpoint, the FATF confirms that terrorist organizations continue to use virtual assets to raise and transfer funds across borders. This has been happening over the last 7 years. Whilst this occurs less frequently than through traditional channels, it nevertheless represents a serious and evolving threat. Thirdly, cybersecurity threats remain a major concern. Exchanges, wallets, and decentralized finance platforms are a frequent target for cyber criminals. The FATF update reports continued criminal activity involving virtual assets, including one major theft in 2025, valued approximately $1.46 billion US. Beyond this large-scale incidents, the sector also faces ongoing threats from phishing schemes, malware, and other cyber attacks. Fourthly, the FATF update highlights continuing links between virtual assets and gambling and gaming platforms. Mr. Speaker, we know what gambling is causing in Trinidad and Tobago, the illegal gambling. We have given the country notice that we are bringing legislation to bring some improvement to that sector, to regulate that sector, and maybe to increase the age whereby gamblers can take that chance to go there and throw their first bet, Mr. Speaker, because what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago is a crippling effect with regard to that. And they highlight, Mr. Speaker, virtual assets of gambling and gaming platforms. The business models and delivery channels used within these sectors create meaningful money laundering and terrorist financial risk, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have touched on it shortly, but there's a growing problem of fraud and scams. The FATF notes a significant rise in illicit activity, estimating some $1 billion US in illegal online transactions in 2024, 51 billion in 2024 alone. Criminals exploit anonymity and weak oversight to operate Ponzi schemes, impersonation scams, and other deceitful schemes within the virtual asset space. Mr. Speaker, we have gone through the reasons why. I know I can't touch in detail on the amendments, but since you allowed Diego Martin West to put his hand into the fire, I don't know if there was an overruling of your previous ruling, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know if you had relaxed that rule. You haven't, Mr. Speaker, but I did see Diego Martin. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you heard Diego Martin West put in his hand there. I will just make a few points about it, Mr. Speaker. The new bill, my Lord, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with all your rulings, including against me, 53-1.
Around West St. Joseph, let's save that for the later proceedings. That which we cannot talk about now, we'll talk about later.
Mr. Speaker, I will just end by saying it is essential that Trinidad and Tobago avoids being rated non-compliant on any FATF recommendation and demonstrates high or substantial effectiveness across the majority of the FATF immediate outcomes. Achieving this will position Trinidad and Tobago for removal from the EU list of high-risk countries with strategic AML and CFT deficiencies. Passage of this bill before us will ensure that we do not obtain a non-compliant rating for recommendation 15 and will further ensure that we strengthen our financial integrity. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this contribution.
Minister of Finance, no one has gotten up. Minister of Finance. Bear in mind we have 5 minutes to the tea break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, this is a very, very critical piece of legislation for all the reasons cited by my colleague before. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity, and members on the opposite side had the opportunity to contribute to this debate in some meaningful way, to try to ensure that the legislation that we will pass as this House benefits the country and protects the citizens generally. What I listened to from members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, is, and I'm trying to be parliamentary, but it is nothing short of shameless. The commentary from members on the opposite side, both on the system, on Hansard, and in the crosstalk, is nothing short of shameless as it relates to this particular matter. Virtual assets and virtual assets service providers generally, Mr. Speaker. I heard a member for Diego Martin Northeast request this government to do what his government was accustomed doing. He said you should come and cut and paste because that is what they're accustomed to do. That is what he suggested. That was his recommendation. The honourable member for Diego Martin Northeast, cut and paste, bring halfway legislation to the parliament because that is what they're accustomed to do. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague from Diego Martin suggest that this government papered over the cracks and left the foundation weak. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer this Honourable House to a technical assistant report dated July 2023. Now, for the benefit of the listening audience, how a technical assistance report is generated is that the government must identify that there's a concern, that there's a problem that they want technical support with. And then the government, having identified that there was a problem they need support from, they need advice on how to proceed, then approaches an international agency. World Bank does it, CAF does it, IMF does it. So they approach an international agency which they feel best able to provide them with guidance. In this instance, some of the guidance is provided free of charge. There's a financial value, but it's provided free of charge to the government, in the expectation that the government, having identified this problem, will then take that advice and work on a solution. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, and the report is dated July 2023, but the request for technical assistance would have come at the start of 2023. And the government of the day, then the PNM, former government of the day, through the then Minister of Finance, member for Diego Martin Northeast, would have identified a critical issue, that critical issue being the need for technical assistance on fintech regulation and legislation. The very same fintech regulation and legislation that is before us today. So he would have been, the honourable member that is, concerned then, went out, requested international assistance, received the international assistance, wasted the people time and money, and sat on his hands. The technical assistance, Mr. Speaker, identified problems. They assessed Trinidad and Tobago They looked at what the circumstances were, how how the crypto arrangements were being done, what virtual assets were in place, where the trends were in treating with the legislation, where the trends should have been, who the perpetrators are, who the persons involved in. They would have assessed all of that over a period of time, and then came to the government of the day, that is the former PNM government, and said, listen, these are our findings. There are 40 pages here. There are 40 pages. These are our findings. This is the basis of the research that has been done. And therefore, this is what we think you should do. And if you do this, this is what the result will be. Instead, Mr. Speaker.
How long you might be again. Thank you. And then we'll take the tea break. Thank you.
2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. In essence, then, having recognized the problem, having asked for solutions, having been given the solution, it is shameful that the members opposite, and across the aisle, Mr. Speaker, we have both the former Minister of Finance and the former Minister in the Ministry of Finance. Both of them sit opposite us in this chamber, and they are both liable for the infractions, for the craziness that has happened, the failure to act on their part, Mr. Speaker. And then to hear them come today to speak about, well, this is what cryptocurrency is, and these are the dangers, Mr. Speaker, that is shameless on their part. Mr. Speaker, today we have the opportunity to fix what they failed to address. Today we have the opportunity to address this once and for all. But there is also going to be opportunity to amend as we go forward, because this is a growing, evolving industry. Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I expect that, having been concerned, despite the fact that they failed to act, having been expressing their concerns, Mr. Speaker, that they will openly welcome the amendments that we are proposing, and they are openly going to support this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move.
Before we take the tea break, I propose to put the question to the House, and then we'll do the other parts after the tea break. Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title: An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers.
Members, I propose, before we take the tea break, to revert to a matter which arose earlier in the proceedings.
Introduction of bills: the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Self-Defense of Property Bill 2025, in the name of the Attorney General.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025 be taken on Wednesday, November the 26th, 2025.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defence of Property Bill 2025 be taken on Wednesday, November 26, 2025. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. I now propose to take the tea break. We will return at 5:18. Let's round it off to 5:20. Thank you very much. So, sitting is suspended. quorum. Members, I think we reached the stage. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House shall now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you very much.
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Honourable Attorney General.
We have a straightforward amendment. It is in the list as it is circulated. Just makes assets service, asset service, and that is consistent with the nomenclature of the FATF methodology.
Mr. Chairman, we are not going to dignify this puppy show with participation. We cannot realistically comment on 48 pages of amendments thrown at us at the last minute. That's impossible. The puppy show. We will not be part of this.
Okay. The question is that Clause 1, well, I would appreciate if you don't give me such unwarranted, unsolicited directions. The question is that Clause 1 be amended as circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those in favour say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is amended, as amended, now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
Honourable Attorney General.
We propose to delete Clause 2 so that the Act comes into effect upon assent.
Right. The question is that clause 2 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes. They go matter noticed.
As I said before, we are not participating in this papi show. Go through with all your clauses, Attorney General.
Well then, in these circumstances, can we take all the clauses together so we can save time? Honorable Attorney General, subject to you.
Chairman, I was prepared to go through the clauses, clause by clause, to provide
Can you bear with me? I'm just trying to work out some advice between the clerk and myself as to the best way forward for economy of time. Might I make an inquiry having regard to the position adopted by the members of the opposition? In order to save time, and rather than go through the process of calling each clause and going through that, Standing Order 126 says where agreement has been reached by the leave of the Speaker between the Leader of the House and the whips of the opposition parties in the House with regard to the transaction of any of the business of the House or any sitting or any period, then we may come to an agreement and we can simply say that the bill is amended as circulated.
Speaker, we are not agreeing to anything.
Well, then
we are simply telling the government to go ahead and pass all.
Well, then we will have to go through it.
And you don't have to go through it clause by clause. You can go in sections.
Well, that's what we intend to do. Okay, let's go sharp. Let's go quickly. Let's go quickly. Let's
Clause 3.
The question is clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill. Go ahead, Shala.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 5 has amendments? Clause, go ahead. Just tell me which one can amendments.
Clause 6.
Amendments. Question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 6 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 6 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7.
Where is that? The question is that Clause 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say... Huh? The question is that Clause 7 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 7 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 8. Clause 8.
The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 8 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 8 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
The question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 9 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 9 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 10.
The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 10 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is Clause 10 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 11.
The question is that Clause 11 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 11 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 11 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Sorry, those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 12.
Question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 12 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 12 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 3, Commission to facilitate regulatory oversight.
The question is that new clause 3 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 will now be read a second time.
New Clause 3, Commission to facilitate regulatory oversight.
The question is that new clause 3 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill.
You have to go down to New Clause 3 stand.
The question is that new clause 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 3 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 5, Regulatory Sandbox carve out for existing VASP.
The question is that new clause 5 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 5 will now be read a second time.
New Clause 5, Regulatory Sandbox carve out for existing VASP.
The question is that new clause 5 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 6, Application for Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 6 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 6, Application for Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 6 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 7, Issue of Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 7 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The new clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 7, Issue of Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 7 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 7 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 8, Register of Sandbox Participants.
The question is that new clause 8 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 8, Register of Sandbox Participants.
The question is that new clause 8 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. New clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 9, Requirements of Sandbox Participants.
The question is that new clause 9 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 9, Requirements of Sandbox Participants.
The question is that new clause 9 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 9 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 9 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 10, Sandbox Participants to maintain records.
The question is that new clause 10 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 10, Sandbox Participants to maintain records.
The question is that new clause 10 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 10 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 10 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 11, Expiration of Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 11 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 11, Expiration of Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 11 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 11 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 11 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 12, Suspension or Revocation of a Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 12 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 12, Suspension or Revocation of a Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 12 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 12 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 12 stands part of the bill.
New Clause 13, Urgent Suspension or Revocation of a Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 13 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 13, Urgent Suspension or Revocation of a Certificate of Acceptance.
The question is that new clause 13 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 13 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 13 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 14, Appeal to High Court.
The question is that new clause 14 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 14, Appeal to High Court.
The question is that new clause 14 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 14 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 14 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 15, a voluntary surrender of certificate of acceptance.
The question is that new clause 15 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 15, voluntary surrender of certificate of acceptance.
The question is that new clause 15 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is new clause 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 15 now stands part of the bill.
New clause 16, examination of sandbox participants.
The question is that new clause 16 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 16, examination of sandbox participants.
The question is that new clause 16 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 16 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 16 now stands part of the bill.
New clause 17, expiration of certificate of acceptance.
The question is that new clause 17 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 17, expiration of certificate of acceptance.
The question is that new clause 17 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 17 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 17 now stands part of the bill.
New clause 18, notice of contravention.
The question is that new clause 18 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 18, notice of contravention.
The question is that new clause 18 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 18 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 18 stands part of the bill.
New clause 21, complaints.
The question is that new clause 21 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 21, complaints.
The question is that new clause 21 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 21 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 21 now stands part of the bill.
New clause 22, appeals for review.
The question is that new clause 22 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 22, appeals for review.
The question is that new clause 22 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 22 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. New clause 22 stands part of the bill.
New clause 23, administrative fines.
The question is that new clause 23 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 23, administrative fines.
The question is that new clause 23 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Sorry. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 23 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 23 stands part of the bill.
New Clause 24, Commission to prepare and publish notices, guidance, and bulletins.
The question is that new clause 24 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 24, Commission to prepare and publish notices, guidance, and bulletins.
The question is that new clause 24 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 24 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 24 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 26, Consequential Amendments.
The question is that new clause 26 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New Clause 26, Consequential Amendments.
The question is that new clause 26 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. The question is that new clause 26 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 26 stands part of the bill.
Schedule.
Question is that the schedule be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule will now be added to the bill. The question is that the schedule now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, there has been a minor change to the long title. So in accordance with Standing Order 70, Substanding Order 12, the long title of the bill is amended as follows: An act to regulate the conduct of business concerning virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. Honorable members, the question is that the bill, as amended, be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill, as amended, will now be reported to the House. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Finance, can I just invite you, because the long title of the bill has been changed, to correct the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Provider bill. So perhaps if you could just, for the sake of clarity, put it on the record. The correct long title.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I wish to report that the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill Virtual Assets, is that?
service provider.
Oh,
I
yes.
think
Got it.
it's
Got it.
virtual asset.
Asset. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance. Division? All right. A division having been called for, the clerk will take the...
Mr. Pedarat?
Yes.
Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisessa?
Yes.
Mr. Tancoo?
Yes.
Miss Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Miss Hussain? Miss Amin? Pardon.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Miss Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Dowlat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Miss Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kesar?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rup Narayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosain?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Mrs. Beckles Robinson?
No.
Mr. Imbert?
No to oppression and dictatorship.
Dr. Gadsby Dolly?
No.
Mr. Scotland?
No.
Mr. Dana Brigger?
No.
Mr. Manning?
No, thank you.
Mr. Marcel?
No.
Mr. Devines?
No.
Mr. Birchwood?
Negative.
Mr. Birchwood?
Negative. No.
Mr. Romaine?
No.
Members, the results of the division is that 25 members voted in favor of the bill, 11 against, and there were 0 abstentions. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business concerning virtual assets and virtual asset service providers be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division.
Mr. Padarath?
Yes.
Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisessa?
Yes.
Mr. Tancoo?
Absolutely yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander? Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Dowlat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kesar?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rup Narayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosain?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Mrs. Beckles Robinson?
No.
Mr. Imbert?
No to
Dr. Gadsby Dolly?
No.
Mr. Scotland?
No.
Mr. Dana Brigger?
No.
Mr. Manning?
No.
Mr. Marcel?
No.
Mr. Devines?
No.
Mr. Birchwood?
No.
Mr. Romaine?
For the second time, no.
The results of the division is that 25 members voted in favour, 11 against with 0 abstentions. That's it. The bill is passed by that margin.
A bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that the Senate amendments to the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025 listed in the appendix be now considered. Now, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the Senate amendments to the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025 listed in the appendix be now considered. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable Attorney General. It is for the clerk to read the First Amendment.
Long title, inserting after the words 2011, the words, and to make consequential amendments to the Bail Act, Chapter 460, and for other related matters.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the act was passed in this place on the 10th of September, 10th of October, 2025. 4 days later, a decision of the High Court held the attempt to amend the AJIPA in 2023 by my colleagues opposite to be unconstitutional insofar as it took away the power of JPs to grant station bail in indictable offenses. The legislation was amended. We moved with alacrity to amend the legislation before it got to the Senate to take into account that decision, which we considered to be proper and which we considered to align with the policy that we had advocated in respect of search warrants. That is to say, to grant JPs the powers which they have had for the last 120 odd years. I beg to move that amendment be approved.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the Senate in the amendment to the long title of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2025.
I beg to move.
I looked on, no one stood up. No one stood up. No one stood up. Right, so we're going to move on. Everyone has to move with alacrity now. Honourable Attorney General.
Wake up, man, wake up.
The question is that this House agree with the Senate in the amendment to the long title of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Clause 1. Delete and substitute the following clause, short title and commencement 1, subsection 1. This act may be cited as the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Act 2025. 2. This act comes into operation on such date as is fixed by the President by proclamation.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, we inserted a proclamation clause in the Act in the Senate on the promptings of the independent senators. A concern was raised that, one, justices of the peace needed to be trained. We accepted that because it aligned with a statement made by the line minister, the Minister of Legal Affairs, who stopped short of giving a commitment to do that training, but recognized that it was necessary. We felt that the training was necessary. The Senate felt that the training was necessary insofar as the power to issue search warrants was concerned. So we stuck in a proclamation clause to treat with that part of the legislation. Of course, the bail bit, we intend to to proclaim that right away. I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the Senate in the amendment to Clause 1 of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025. Vote to Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for acknowledging me. And maybe this was the appropriate time to stand up in the first place. The amendment that is being sought, Mr. Speaker, we are unable to agree with it because, Mr. Speaker, what is happening here is that the powers being bestowed upon the justices of the peace as it relates to warrants in particular, not so much bail, but as it relates to warrants, without the prerequisite training that goes before that, Mr. Speaker, is something that is of serious concern to this side. Mr. Speaker, what happens, and the Honourable Attorney General has not addressed it, is that a Justice of the Peace will continue to hold concurrent authority with a master, but of greater constitutional importance is that it gives a master and the Justice of the Peace concurrent powers that will expand the power of a Justice of the Peace, even though it's one warrant he can issue, to issue warrants in circumstances where there is no such training. Mr. Speaker, it empowers a Justice of the Peace to issue one warrant in the most intrusive of manners on people's private constitutional rights, with no safeguard being in place. And in this regard, this side has a serious concern about it, in that you give the power without doing the training. And Mr. Speaker, it is not correct to say, because I heard it said in this House that, well, Justice of the Peace for 2,000 years have been issuing warrants. That was before the Magna Carta, that was before the Constitution. We have a Constitution in Trinidad and Tobago, and on this side, we would like to abide by the Constitution.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if my colleague and friend heard me, but in respect of bail, that aspect of the matter, the bill was amended in the other place to include bail. We moved quickly on this side. So when it was before this House, it dealt only with search warrants. But by the time it got up to the other place, there was a decision, and we codified that decision. Nobody in the other place had a problem with that. Okay, so nobody in the other place had a problem with the JPs granting bail. We stuck in the proclamation clause to say, listen, let us go forward with bail right away, on which we have absolutely no agreement, no disagreement. We have disagreement on search warrants. The disagreement in the other place, the majority of the members said, train the JPs. And we said, okay, we do that. The minister had made that commitment here. So that I'm not understanding the problem. We stand by our position. I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the Senate in the amendment to Clause 1 of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Advised that in accordance with Standing Order 126, there has been agreement between both sides to take the clauses 3 and 5, clause 3 and new clause 5 together.
Clause 3A, delete paragraph A and substitute the following paragraph. A, by repealing subsection 1A and substituting the following subsection. 1A, subject to subsection 1B, for the purpose of this Act, a magistrate, a magistracy registrar, and clerk of the court, or a justice of a peace, shall not have nor exercise jurisdiction in relation to any matter, A, referred to in subsection 1, or B, for which a master is given jurisdiction under this Act. B, delete paragraph B and substitute the following paragraph. B, by inserting after subsection 1A the following subsections. 1B, for the purpose of this Act, A magistrate, a magistracy registrar, and clerk of the court, or a justice of the peace shall, subject to subsections 1C and 2, have and exercise concurrent jurisdiction with masters to issue search warrants, and B, except where an accused is required to show sufficient cause or exceptional circumstances under Section 5(2), 3, or 4 of the Bail Act, a justice of the peace shall, subject to subsection 3, have and exercise concurrent jurisdiction with masters to grant bail in accordance with Section 5(2) of that Act, to fix the amount thereof and take recognizances. 1C. A justice of the peace shall not A. Issue a search warrant in respect of more than one set of premises at a time, or B. Exercise jurisdiction under Section 5(1)(b). C. In paragraph C, delete the full stop and substitute the words semicolon and. D. Insert after paragraph C the following paragraph. D. By repealing subsection 3 and substituting the following subsection 3, where A. The registrar grants an accused bail or remands him in custody, he shall cause the accused to appear or be brought before a master and shall transmit the record of the proceedings and all relevant evidence to the master. Or B. A justice of the peace grants an accused bail, he shall cause the accused to appear or be brought before a master. New clause 5 inserted. Insert after clause 4 the following clause. Consequential amendment to Chapter 460, Act number 20 of 2011. The Bail Act is in subsection 5, in section 5(2), pardon, I'm just going to read that again. Consequential amendment, Chapter 460, Act number 20 of 2011. 5. The Bail Act is amended in section 5(2) by inserting after the words subject to the words Section 10 of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2011 and.
General.
Mr. Speaker, in the other place, there was a concern that in giving the justices of the peace the powers which they had since 1916, between 1916 and 2023, and particularly power to grant station bail in respect of indictable offences, that we had, in an attempt to do that, we had unwittingly, because this was an AJIPA matter, we had allowed them, the powers under AJIPA to deal with multiple premises at multiple times. The amendment takes care of that, and that's the reason for the amendment. It was made by one of the senators in the other place who has considerable experience in this area. I thought it had merit, and we've accordingly made the amendment. I beg to move.
Members, the question is that this House agree with the Senate in the amendments to clauses 3 and 5 of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025. For the Spain South.
Precisely the mischief that this side has a disquiet about is what is being discussed here. Now, apparently what came from the upper house was, look, the justices of the peace, you don't give them the power to issue several warrants, but they get the power, Mr. Speaker, to issue a warrant for one set of premises. What precludes the same justice of the peace without the safeguards to be in place first for issuing one warrant for one set of premises, another warrant for the other set of premises? The mischief is not cured by that, Mr. Speaker, because here's the mischief. What the substituted Section 1A makes it plain is that magistrates, magistracy registrars, justices of the peace shall not exercise jurisdiction in indictable matters reserved for masters under subsection 1. We can have no complaint with that. But that limitation is immediately eroded when you look at the new 1B, because it expressly restores and preserves the concurrent jurisdiction of a justice of the peace in two critical areas. We have no issue with the bail, because that is something that Justice Gobin dealt with in the Alexander case, and it's a practical consideration, because when the court is closed, people want to get their bail. But when it relates to the issuing of warrants, Mr. Speaker, we have no systems in place in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, to verify whose names are gazetted, which justice of the peace names are gazetted. There's no systematic vetting of their suitability, no mechanism to report incapacity, no mechanism to report misconduct, no mechanism for a disciplinary framework that reflects the gravity of the powers that we are now bestowing on them. To say, well, you don't have the power to issue several warrants, but you have the power to issue one warrant at a time, still gives them the power to issue warrant for serious matters, Mr. Speaker. And say removing multiple warrants and putting it to one still does not cure that concern that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is compelled to put on record its concerns about the legality, the accountability, the transparency, and the protection of the rights enshrined in the Constitution, at the backdrop of giving, we have no issues with the justice of the peace, but giving them that power. And that has been our concern when the bill had its first incarnation here, and remain consistent. That is our concern now. Mr. Speaker, the opposition cannot endorse amendments that place greater authority in the hands of unregulated and structurally weak system, that is the justice of the peace system in Trinidad and Tobago, and for these reasons, we must be reluctant to support it. Thank you.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the section reads, a justice of the peace shall not issue a search warrant in respect of more than one set of premises at a time. And then it goes on, exercise jurisdiction under section 5, large I1, large IB. We think that that captures the sentiment in the other place. It's consistent with government policy, which is to give the justices of the peace a proper role in the justice system. In terms of training, we have undertaken to do that, and Mr. Speaker, with those words, I beg to move.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the Senate in the amendment to Clause 3 and the addition to Clause 5 of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, November 26 at 1:30 p.m. We indicate, Mr. Speaker, that we intend on pursuing the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, November 26th at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, November 26th at 1:30 p.m. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.